First of four qualifiers on the track. In the first race, we've got a 2-year-old trotter in the rail. That's Mr. Old Home Week with Ryan DeRoche, and a 3-year-old trotter from post 2, Little Arrow and Miles Heffernan Sr. First of four qualifiers, Mr. Old Home Week and Little Arrow. There we go, off and trotting, and Little Arrow will lead Mr. Old Home Week into the first turn. At the opening 8, Little Arrow out in front by a little more than 2, make it 3 on Mr. Old Home Week second. Over to the first quarter mile, led by Little Arrow. That lead 3 on Mr. Old Home Week. A 3-year-old trotter up front cutting it out, and the 2-year-old trotter is second. The quarter mile time, 32 and 3. As they arrive at the midway point, Little Arrow will get him halfway home. That lead now is 5 lengths on Mr. Old Home Week second. The half mile in 103 and 1, so they trot a second panel in 30 and 3. At the 5/8, Little Arrow continues to lead Mr. Old Home Week with that 5-length advantage. The trotters are over to the 3/4 pole. Little Arrow the leader. Mr. Old Home Week, 134 and 3 for 3/4 of a mile. So with just an eighth of a mile left to trot, they've been on gate since the word go, and Little Arrow has them in the home stretch. Mr. Old Home Week continues to trot from second as the 3-year-old lands on the line first. That's Little Arrow, followed by Mr. Old Home Week. The time for the mile in 2:04 and 3 with a closing quarter in 30 seconds. The result of that first qualifier, Mr. Old Home Week was second, Little Arrow the winner. 32 and 3, 103 and 1, 134 and 3, 204 and 3. Second qualifier on the track. These are 2-year-olds. I'll walk the line number 1 with David O'Brien. Outrageous Sister is the 2, Mark Campbell. Yeah, Boy John, the 3, Jason Hughes. 4, Could Have Been a Lady, is scratched. The 2-year-olds go that lap behind the starter, getting a little taste of that starting gate, maybe for the first time. Then the starter will release them, and they're off to their qualifying race. I'll walk the line on the rail with David O'Brien. Outrageous Sister is the 2. Mark Campbell, and 3, Yeah Boy John, Jason Hughes. Here they come. There they go. Off and pacing. I'll walk the line. We'll lead them out on the rail. On the outside, Yeah Boy John. Then at the rail, 3rd around the turn. That's Outrageous Sister. They're over to the first 8, and guarding the inside, I'll walk the line, and David O'Brien will take them up the backstretch going to the first quarter mile. Yeah Boy John is now tucked in 2nd. Then the 3rd one, Outrageous Sister, over to the opening quarter mile with a 2-length lead. I'll walk the line is the fraction center. Racing from 2nd, Yeah Boy John. Then the 3rd one around the turn, Outrageous Sister. So the quarter mile was comfortable, 31 and 2 as they swing on by the 3/8 pole, continuing to lead. I'll walk the line. Racing from 2nd, Yeah Boy John. Then 3rd and trailing, Outrageous Sister. They're halfway home in qualifier number 2. A little fancy stepping on the front end in here. That is I'll Walk the Line, and they got confused and jammed up in behind I'll Walk the Line. Yeah, Boy John goes second, and the third one, Outrageous Sister. So the half mile in 102 and a 1/5. That was 30 and 4 in the second quarter, and they're headed to 3/4 now. Up front on the lead, it's I'll Walk the Line by 3. Yeah, Boy John goes second. On the outside, third. That's Outrageous Sister. At the 3/4 pole, I'll Walk the Line continues with a 3-length lead in the late going. Yeah, Boy John is second. From the outside in third, Outrageous Sister. 1:33 and 4 was the 3/4 time. Now they're homeward bound and extending the lead late. I'll Walk the Line. Yeah, Boy John goes second. Third, that is Outrageous Sister. On the wire, I'll Walk the Line all the way for O'Brien. Up for second on the outside, Outrageous Sister. And third, that's Yeah, Boy John. 2:03 and 4. Now the results of the second qualifier. I'll Walk the Line, the winner. Outrageous Sister was second. Yeah, Boy John third, and could have been a lady scratch. 31 and 2, 102 and 1, 133 and 4, 203 and 4. In review, it's 1, 2, 3 scratch. Third qualifier on the track, a very fancy man, the one Jason Hughes. 2, Elm Grove Untamed is scratched. There's the 3, Ocean View Fancy, Ryan Darage. 4, Timel Miami has been scratched. The 5, O Positive, and Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Heffernan Sr. on the 5. Third qualifier has 2-year-olds behind the gate. A Very Fancy Man, Jason Hughes. Ocean View Fancy, Ryan DeRoche. And O Positive, Miles Heffernan Sr. There they go, off and pacing with O Positive, the first one out. Second, A Very Fancy Man. Then the third one to make the turn, Ocean View Fancy. Over to the opening eighth they go, the trio of 2-year-olds. O Positive and Miles Sr. out in front with a sizable lead well before the quarter. Second is A Very Fancy Man, and the third one on the backstretch, Ocean View Fancy. So they're arriving next at the first quarter mile. O Positive is all alone on the lead. Second, A Very Fancy Man, followed then by Ocean View Fancy third. 32 seconds flat was the opening quarter mile as they race round that top turn for the first time. Arriving next at the 3/8 pole, O Positive is the fraction setter. A Very Fancy Man is closing in on the leader, and the trailer third, Ocean View Fancy. At the midway point next, O Positive will get them halfway home in qualifier 3. Second, A Very Fancy Man, and the trailer third is Ocean View Fancy. At the midway point in 1:03 and 4, and O Positive continues to lead, racing from second. That's A Very Fancy Man, and the trailer is Ocean View Fancy. On the backstretch for time 2, they'll race to 3/4 next. O Positive by a half a dozen on the front end. A Very Fancy Man continues second and back into third. Ocean View Fancy, so they swing past the 3/4 pole. O Positive continues to be alone on the lead here in the late going. 1:35 and 1 was the 3/4. A Very Fancy Man continues second. And well back in third, that is Ocean View Fancy. Qualifier 3 headed on down the home stretch, and O Positive looking to go all the way. A Very Fancy Man second and Ocean View Fancy third. That's the way they'll finish up. O Positive and Miles Sr. all the way. A Very Fancy Man second, and Ocean View Fancy finishes third. Time for the mile in 2:06 and 3. Results of the third qualifier. Very Fancy Man was second. Elm Grove Untamed was scratch. Ocean View Fancy third. Time Miami was scratch, and O Positive the winner. 32, 1:03 and 4, 1:35 and 1, 2:06 and 3. In review, it's 2 scratch, 3 scratch, 1.
Got some vehicles need to be moved right away from the stretch drive area. Honda Civic 582WB, a Kia B197J, white Toyota Corolla 443QC. In the stretch drive, must be moved right away.
Fourth qualifier on the track. Whiskey Station, the 1, has Ryan Neal. Holding My Own, 2, Jason Hughes. Graceful Moment, 3, Trevor Easter. Check Your Chip, the 4, Miles Heffernan Jr. Rock the Baby, 5, Mark Campbell. Fourth qualifier, Whiskey Station, Ryan Neal. Holding My Own, Jason Hughes. Graceful Moment, Trevor Easter. Check Your Chip, and Miles Jr. Rock the Baby, Mark Campbell. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The inside, too tardy at the start, and Rock the Baby is being sent out along with Graceful Moment. Then the third one to round the turn is Check Your Chip. Whiskey Station goes fourth, and off stride, that's Holding My Own. By the eighth pole, they go to the backstretch, and here comes Rock the Baby and Mark Campbell to take over top spot. Graceful Moment gives way with a two-hole ride. Then third, Check Your Chip. Whiskey Station goes fourth, and Trouble's in the backfield for Holding My Own. They arrive at the first quarter mile, led by Rock the Baby. Graceful Moment goes second, 30 and 2 the opening quarter. Racing from third, that's Check Your Chip. Whiskey Station is fourth, and at the back, Holding My Own fifth. Off the turn they come. They straighten down the stretch. The midway point is up and coming. Rock the Baby the leader. Graceful Moment is second. Third, that's Check Your Chip. Whiskey Station continues fourth. Holding My Own in the backfield. Halfway home in the fourth qualifier, and Check Your Chip leads it by 2 off a half of a 1 minute and a 1:29 and 4 in the second quarter. Racing around the turn they go, and as they arrive at 5/8, the leader, that is Rock the Baby. Continuing second is Graceful Moment. Then third on the outside is Check Your Chip. Whiskey Station is fourth. And Holding My Own had enough and got pulled up. As they go by 3/4, Rock the Baby the leader. Now on the outside, challenging late. That's Check Your Chip. Graceful Moment third. Whiskey Station fourth, 1:30 and 2 for 3/4 of a mile. They turn for home. Rock the Baby at the rail to her outside. Check Your Chip. Graceful Moment continues third and Whiskey Station fourth as they come to the wire next. Rock the Baby goes all the way with Campbell. Check Your Chip second. Graceful Moment third. 1:59 and 1. Result of the fourth qualifier, Whiskey Station fourth, Holding My Own did not finish. Graceful Moment third, Check Your Chip was second, Rock the Baby the winner. 30 and 2, 1 minute 1, 1:30 and 2, and the mile 1:59 and 1. In review, 4 did not finish, 3, 2, 1.
Testing 1, 2, 3. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk on a beautiful Thursday night here at Red Shore, Charlottetown. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk. 1, 2, 3.
Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park on a beautiful Thursday night here in Charlottetown. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 12 races on tap for you here tonight, including the feature race coming up in race number 11 with 6 starters. Tribal Dancer on the rail with Corey McPherson. JM Sports Fan 2 with Stephen Shepard. Redland Miss Pretty 3 with Paul Angel. Steady Heart will lead 4 with Mark Campbell. Lady Divine 5 with David Dowling. And Tall Dark Latte rounds out the field from post 6 with Jill Berrio aboard tonight. Going to be a great night for harness racing here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. It is the start of Old Home Week 2025. Wow, the time is certainly flying by. Vance Cameron has some program and equipment changes for you. We'll go up to him for the program and equipment changes. Vance, take her away.
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 26 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 25 degrees Celsius. The temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Derek Fallen. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race tonight, scratch number 6, Basho. She will not go. Race 1, scratch number 6, Basho. Next change, go to race number 5. In the fifth race, number 6, Pam, adding Go Straights. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 2, Dibs on the Captain, going from a snaffle to a sidelining bit, and will go from a bar bit to a chin chain. Number 3, Lucky Ticket, adding a head pole outside. Final change on the programs in the final race tonight, that's number 12. In the 12th race, scratch number 7, Catch a Few Rays. She will not go. Race 12, scratch number 7, Catch a Few Rays. That'll wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. For Mitchell Wickets open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock. That's in 26 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Lee Drake, come to the broadcast desk, please. Lee Drake to the broadcast desk.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Thursday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's have a look at the 9th race, the Keith Duke McCollum Memorial. Field of 6 in here with Havarti on the rail with Paul Angel. Lorne Valley Barb 2 with Miles Heffernan Jr. Silly Amos 3 with Kenny Arsenault. Shaken Blake 4 with David Dowling. Outrageous Song will leave 5 with Jill Barrio. And rounding out the field 6 is Miss Megan Sparkle with Ryan Darash. Going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores to open up Old Home Week 2025. And there is a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for tonight's opener. With the scratch of the 6 Basho, I get to make a last-second adjustment to my changes, so I'm going to go 7-4-5. Post time pick says 4-6-7. Classifier's choice is 6-4-7. But once again, note the 6 Basho is scratched in the opener, the Gary Smith Memorial, in 14 minutes. And for those of you just arriving or tuning in, you'll see our selections on the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam on the screen. I'm going 7-4-5, post time picks 4-6-7, classifier choice 6-4-7. Once again, the 6 Basho in the opener has been scratched. First race, 8 minutes.
Evening's first race entering the track on Post Parade. It's the Gary Smith Memorial Trackside presentation to the winner on parade, number 1, Hatchling. Owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario, and Shirley Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. Bethany's Bella, number 2, is owned, trained, and driven by Donnie McNeil of Cornwall. Camlock Lady, number 3, owned by Adele McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, driven by Jason Hughes. Can't Catch Pepper, number 4, owned by Doug McPhee of New Haven, trained by Tom Weatherby, Gilberto. How Mac Dixie wears number 5, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, Vic Putty, and Heather Sheen, trained by Brendan Mullen, Ryan DeRoche. 6 Basho is scratched. Number 7 is Salzbrook Desi, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, trained by Lenny Myers. Corey McPherson drives. 4 minutes, 2 post time. Welcome to race day, and the start of the Isle Pick 5. My co-host tonight is Rocky Skierman, and he has the top contenders for race 1 up next.
And don't forget to get in that pick 5, the aisle pick 5. You can pick the winner of races 1 through 5 starting tonight in race 1. Low 15% takeout with the guaranteed pool of $2,000. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. Landing on the 7, Salzburg Desi. 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for Greyland Farm of Stratford. Joseph Gamba of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Lenny Myers is the trainer with Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Last start was at Charlottetown July 31st. Left on the rail and finished second. Race time 1:58.4, closing it out in 28.3. In Summerside, July 17th, left from post 3 and finished second. Race time 1:58 flat, 29.1 on the end of it. Brody McPhee was in the bike for both of those starts. Moves in a spot tonight with the scratch of the 6. It's Salzburg Desi with Corey McPherson. And there's a look at the 4, Can't Catch Pepper, 2-year-old black filly by Big Jim for Doug McPhee of New Haven, who's also the breeder. Tommy Weatherby trains with Jill Barrio in the driver's seat. Started here July 31st on the rail, finished third, just beat a length. Race time 1:58.3, closing it out in 28.2. Jill Barrio was in the bike. 4th lifetime start tonight for the 4, Can't Catch Pepper with Jill Barrio. Right now, 8-5. And there's a look at the 5, Hal Mac Dixie, 2-year-old bay filly by Source of Pride. For Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, Victor Putty, and Heather Sheen. Brendan Mullen is the trainer with Ryan Darash aboard tonight. Started here July 31st from post 4, finished 4th. Race time 1:59.4, 29 seconds flat. On the end of it for Jason Hughes. Looking for her maiden win tonight. That is Hal Mac Dixie with Ryan Darash from post 5. Your current choice on the board at even money. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's opener. It's the Gary Smith Memorial. Trackside presentation to the winner with Hatchling and Mark Campbell on the rail at 6-1. Bethany's Bella and Donnie McNeil at 16-1. Cam Luck Lady 3 with Jason Hughes at 21-1. 4 is Can't Catch Pepper with Jill Barrio at 8-5. Hal Mac Dixie post 5 with Ryan Darash is the favorite right now at 7-5. 6 is Scratched and the 7, Salzburg Desi with Corey McPherson at 2-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's opener, the Gary Smith Memorial. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's opener. Scratch down to a field of 6. It's the Gary Smith Memorial moving up to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
And Rocky, you know, if you didn't know him by Gary Smith, you knew him as Shaq. They'll be in the winner's circle with a cooler presentation. Open it up. Hatchling, Bethany's Bella, Camluck Lady, Can't Catch Pepper, Howmag Dixie, Salzbrook Desi. Here they come. The rough and pacing with a host of levers in here. On the rail, Hatchling between horses, Bethany's Bella, they're outside. Can't Catch Pepper 3 high third. Fourth on the turn from the outside is Almac Dixie. Then racing from fifth in up the rail, Camluck Lady. Trailing on the outside, Salzbrook Desi, quarter pole bound. Can't Catch Pepper and Jill Barrio take over the lead and open by 3. Hatchling now second, racing from third. That's Bethany's Bella. Fourth up the rail is Almac Dixie. Then in fifth, that's Camluck Lady, and trailing the field, Salzbrook Desi, 29 and a 1/5 the opening quarter. Loose on the lead by a half a dozen open lengths. Can't Catch Pepper cutting this one out. Racing alone second is Hatchling, back into third. Bethany's Bella moving up fourth on the outside. Hamac Dixie underway. Camluck Lady goes fifth. The trailer on the outside. That is Salzbrook Desi halfway home. 57 and 4. Missionized on the front end in tonight's opener. Can't Catch Pepper alone at 5-8. Second is Hatchling into third. That's Almac Dixie. Fourth is Bellany's Bella. Up fifth on the outside is Salzbrook Desi. Now the trailer. Camluck Lady, 3/4 coming next. Getting him there, Can't Catch Pepper. Hatchling is closing in on the leader now. Racing from third, Hamac Dixie up to fourth. That's Salzbrook Desi, 3/4 in 1:28 flat with an eighth of a mile left to go. Can't Catch Pepper turning for home. Hatchling has a shot at the leader now. On the outside second, Salzbrook Desi picks up third. On the wire, here's Hatchling and Mark Campbell win. Second is Can't Catch Pepper. Third will go to Salzbrook Desi, 1:57 and a 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener, the Gary Shaq Smith Memorial. Can't Catch Pepper and Jill Barrio go to the front, 29 and 1, the half 57 and 4. They rolled to 3/4 in 1:28. Hatchling starts to reel her in though. Here's the stretch drive. We see Can't Catch Pepper and Jill Barrio. Hatchling and Mark Campbell come to the outside in deep stretch here, and they are going to win. Second lifetime start. Nice maiden victory to open up Old Home Week. 1:57 and 1 with Can't Catch Pepper in there for second. Salzbrook Desi come on for third. So it's 1-4-7 unofficially in the opener. We're going to see Hatchling and Mark Campbell in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Hatchling now arriving at the first race winner's circle, bay pacing filly 2. She's the daughter of Shadow Play off the rock and roll dance dam Makodra, owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario, and Shirley Signs of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Bred by Michael Goldberg, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat gives her a maiden record on this night of 157 and 1. Hatchling in the first down at the winner's circle. That's the Gary Smith Memorial Cooler presentation. Friends and family joining us on this Thursday night here at the driving park in Charlottetown. Hatchling and Campbell, 157 and 1.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from race 1. Hatchling the winner. Bethany's Bella 6th. Camluck Lady 5th. Can't Catch Pepper was 2nd. Hamac Dixie 4th. Basho was scratched. Salzbrook Desi finished 3rd. They went 29 and 1, 57 and 4, 128, and the mile in 157 and 1. In review, 165, 24, scratch 3. Hatchling paid $17.50 to win. The exactor $33.90, triactor $61.50, and the superfecta was $12.13.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Thursday night. It is the opening of Old Home Week. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about Gold Cup Week offer, HPI. HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back during Gold Cup Week at Red Shore, Charlottetown. HPI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Looks like it's unanimous in here. We're all going 3-1-5. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. 3-1-5 in tonight's second race in 6 minutes.
Second race trotters and their drivers on post parade. Long Black Limousine, number 1, is owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Tammy Collings. Paul Langell drives. RJ's Dynamite, number 2, is owned and trained by Dr. Jim Shives of Rhines Creek. Trevin Shive does the training. Gilberto drives. My Pocket Rocket, the 3, owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wilshire, trained by Paul McDonald. Kenny Murphy. In Harmony 4, owned by Judy McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Jerry McDougall. Miles Heffernan. Mile Hill Cash 5, owned by John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. Corey McPherson up. 5 minutes, 2 post time. Back down to Rocky with the grand prize winner in the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw.
Congratulations to Wilfred Mose, the grand prize winner of the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw. Wilfred receives 1 table of 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup and Saucer night. 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash. Congratulations, Wilfred, and enjoy Gold Cup and Saucer 66. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Field of trotters in here. Field of 5. Landing on the 3. My Pocket Rocket. 3-year-old Big Yelling by E.L. Rocket for Jonathan McDonald of North Wilshire. He's also the breeder. Paul F. McDonald is the trainer. Kenny Murphy back in the bike tonight. Started here July 31st. Left from post 4. Finished second. Trotted a mile in 2 minutes flat. 29-4 on the end of it. If you look down to the program to the start here on July the 3rd, left from 3 was a winner. Maiden record, 2:02-2, 29-4 on the end of it for Kenny Murphy. My Pocket Rocket, post 3 with Mr. Murphy aboard. Right now, your current choice at 6-5. And there we see the rail sitter in here. Long Black Limousine, 3-year-old Big Yelling by 6-pack for Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Tammy Collings, the trainer. Paul Angel in the driver's seat. July 31st here, left from post 4. Nice start, finished second, just beat a neck. 2:01-2, closed it out in a snappy 28-3 for Paul Angel. Third lifetime start tonight for Long Black Limousine with Paul Angel, 8-5. And there we see the 5, Mile Hill Cash, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by E.L. Rocket for John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick. Paul Morrison is the breeder and the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started here July 31st, left from post 3 and finished 4th. Made a break in the stretch. Trotted a mile in 2:01-1, closed it out in 31 seconds flat. Had a win if you look down to the start on July the 10th here. Left from 3, a winner by 3/4 of a length in 2:01-3, 30 seconds flat. On the end of it, I was working that night. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Mile Hill Cash, post 5 with Mr. McPherson, 5-2. First call, 50-50. Heather is up here in the top of the park. This is your first call, 50-50. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's second race. Long Black Limousine. Paul Angel on your screen right now at 3-2. RJ's Dynamite 2 with Jill Barrio at 8-1. My Pocket Rocket 3 with Kenny Murphy aboard at 7-5. The 4 in harmony with Miles Heffernan Sr. at 8-1. And the 5 is Mile Hill Cash with Corey McPherson at 2-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's second race. Trotters, 5 of them lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Long Black Limousine, RJ's Dynamite, My Pocket Rocket in Harmony, Mile Hill Cash, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and Trotting in Harmony gets the first call. My Pocket Rocket, RJ's Dynamite along the rail. Then the fourth one to the turn, Long Black Limousine. And the trailer, Mile Hill Cash on the outside, fifth. At the eighth pole, My Pocket Rocket along the rail will lead it. In line to Kenny Murphy, in harmony now with the two-hole ride. Racing from third is RJ's Dynamite. On the cone, the Long Black Limousine goes fourth, and the trailer fifth. Mile Hill Cash. They're on by the first quarter mile. My Pocket Rocket controls in the early going. Second is In Harmony. Then racing third is RJ's Dynamite. Racing from fourth is Long Black Limousine. And Mile Hill Cash sees them all from fifth, 30 and 3. The opening quarter mile time. They're in straight alignment now as they make their way to the opening half mile. The leader, My Pocket Rocket, on his back in the two-hole. In Harmony racing third. RJ's Dynamite. Then fourth is Long Black Limousine. On the outside, fifth. Mile Hill Cash underway. Opening half mile in 1:01 and 4. They're trotting around the paddock turn for the second time. Approaching 5-8. My Pocket Rocket getting them there. In Harmony second. On the outside and on the move third. RJ's Dynamite underway. Mile Hill Cash picks up fourth, and at the rail, the trailer is the heavy favorite, Long Black Limousine. He's got a lot of work to do and running out of time to do it. 3 quarters in 1, 32 and 3 on the top turn for the final time, leading at 7/8 by 2. My Pocket Rocket. Second is RJ's Dynamite. Mile Hill Cash third. Coming late fourth, Long Black Limousine. In Harmony fifth. Deep stretch now on the wire next. My Pocket Rocket takes Kenny Murphy all the way. RJ's Dynamite was second, closing up third. Long Black Limousine in 2:01 and 3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. My Pocket Rocket. Kenny Murphy go to the front, 30 and 3, 1:01 and 4. Down to 3 quarters in 1:32 and 3. And here's the stretch drive. Kenny Murphy sitting up on My Pocket Rocket. Going to get his second lifetime win, and that is this season. 2:01 and 3 the mile. That's a new race win record for My Pocket Rocket. RJ's Dynamite, Dr. Jim Shive and Dr. Trevin Shive. They brought the trotter over from Truro. Raced very well tonight in there for second. Long Black Limousine third. So we got 3-2-1 unofficially in the second race. We're going to see My Pocket Rocket and Kenny Murphy in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
My Pocket Rocket arriving at the second race winner's circle, trotting Bay Gelding 3 by E.L. Rocket. From the Northern Bailey Dam, My Daisy Duke, a homebred of Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, trained by Paul McDonald, Kenny Murphy. Put him on top at every call. New race win record tonight of 2:01 and 3. My Pocket Rocket wires the second.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the second race. Long Black Limousine third. RJ's Dynamite was second. My Pocket Rocket, the race winner. In Harmony was fifth. Mile Hill Cash fourth. Fractions of 30 and 3, 101 and 4, 132 and 3, and the mile in 2:01 and 3. In review, 3:21.54. My Pocket Rocket paid $660. The exactor 72.60, triactor 60.80, superfect at 29.58, early daily double 35.60. Hale Force wins on the third race post-parade, owned by Donna and Courtney McLean of Fairview, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Back River Jade, number 2, owned by Back River Stable of Goulds, Newfoundland, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Beach Jewels, number 3, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Gilles Barriol. Tobin's Cover Girl, number 4, owned by Corey Livingston, Max Seal, Adam Murner, training and driving. Windermere Denozy, number 5, owned by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge. Saul does the training, Mark Campbell drives. All Bets on Lee, number 6, owned by Karina Coyne from Fatima, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan driving. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky has the top selections coming up next, but first a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Life is filled with moments worth celebrating. During the festivities, it's important to remember that all alcohol use comes with risks. You have the right to know that drinking less alcohol reduces your health and social risks.
I have a lot to be healthy for.
I have the right to know,
I don't need alcohol to celebrate.
and that's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
Join us in helping others be aware of the risks. Choose to drink less, because less is best.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 4, Tobin's Cover Girl, 2-year-old brown filly by Bet the Moon for Corey Livingston and Max Seal. Adam Murner is the trainer and driver. First lifetime start tonight for this filly. Qualified here on August the 1st from post 2. Wire-to-wire winner in 2:02 flat, closing it out in 29 seconds flat. It's the 4, Tobin's Cover Girl, with Adam Murner, 6-5. And there's a look at the 3, Beach Jewels, 2-year-old bay filly by Arthur Bluchip for Reg McPherson of Stratford. Kevin McLean, the trainer, with Jill Barrio in the driver's seat. Started here July 31st from post 5. Finished third, 2 minutes, 1/5. 28-4, closing quarter. July 24th here, left from post 3 and finished 5th. 2 minutes, 3/5, 30 seconds flat on the end of it for the 3. Beach Jewels with Jill Barrio aboard. Your current choice on the board at 6-5. And there we see the 6, All Bets On Lee. 2-year-old bay filly by All Bets Off for Karina Coyne of Fatima, Quebec, and Trevor Hicken trains, and Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike. Started here on July 31st, left from post 5, finished 4th, 1:59 and 1:29 seconds flat on the end of it. Started in Summerside July 17th, left from 4, was a winner by 3.5 lengths in 1:59 and 3. That was a maiden record, 29 and 4 on the end of it for Miles Heffernan Sr. Post 6 tonight for All Bets On Lee with Miles Sr. 5-1. For your 50-50 tonight, see Tracy, Betty, or Heather. Guaranteed at $1,000 tonight. Get in on the 50-50. Heather's up here right now in the top of the park. Get your 50-50. Countdown clock is in for tonight's third race, a field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Hail Force Winds, Back River Jade, Beach Jewels, Tobin's Cover Girl, Windermere Denozy. All bets on Lee, top of the stretch. Third race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing. First one out is Beach Jewels along the rail. Back River Jade is second. Third one to the turn, Tobin's Cover Girl. To get away fourth. In between the horses, that's Windermere Denozy. On the outside, fifth is All Bets on Lee. And up the rail, the trailer, Hail Force Winds. Up the backstretch, they go to the opening quarter. And on the outside, Beach Jewels goes under a little barrier, urging here to take over the lead. Back River Jade races from second, then third. That's Tobin's Cover Girl. Fourth at the rail is Windermere Denozy. Now fifth, All Bets on Lee. And the trailer, Hail Force Winds, 29 and 3, the opening quarter mile. Approaching on the 3/8, now the 2-length leader is Beach Jewels. Racing from second, Back River Jade, then third. In at the rail is Tobin's Cover Girl. On the move fourth, Windermere Denozy's underway. Following that cover on the outside, fifth is All Bets on Lee. And trailing the field, Hail Force Winds halfway home. And we've got a new leader. Windermere Denozy and Mark Campbell take over. 59 and 3 the half. Racing from second, that's Beach Jewels on the outside. Now third, All Bets on Lee. Riding the rail fourth, Back River Jade. Then in fifth, Tobin's Cover Girl. The trailer, Hail Force Winds. Here comes the straight quarters. Windermere Denozy getting them there. On the outside, second, All Bets on Lee. Third at the rail is Beach Jewels. Coming fourth on the outside, Tobin's Cover Girl. Back River Jade is fifth. Then the trailer, Hail Force Winds. 1:29 and 1/3, and they're homeward bound. Windermere Denozy now right alongside. All Bets on Lee. Coming back on at the rail is Beach Jewels. On the wire next, here is All Bets on Lee on the outside for Miles Heffernan Sr. Beach Jewels at the rail second. We'll need a show photo. Time for the mile in 1:58.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. We saw Beach Jewels get to the front, 29 and 3. Coming to the half in 59 and 3, Windermere Denozy and Mark Campbell take over. Down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 1. They were the leading there. Miles Heffernan Sr. comes first over with his charge. That's All Bets on Lee, and they're going to clear in deep stretch here to get up to win for the second lifetime win in 4 starts. 1:58 and 3. Nice record on this 2-year-old filly by All Bets Off. In for second is Beach Jewels. And it looks like the 5, Windermere Denozy, in there for third. So it is 6-3-5 unofficially in the third. We'll see All Bets on Lee and Miles Heffernan Sr. in the Crown Rust Proofing Winter Circle next.
All bets on Lee in the third race winner's circle by Pacing Filly, 2 years, a daughter of All Bets Off. From the Western Ideal Dam, Oh Pretty Lee, owned by Karina Coyne from Fatima, Quebec. Bred by Tara Baird of Webster's Corner, trained by Trevor Hicken, and Miles Heffernan Sr. will guide her to victory and a new record of 158-3. All bets on Lee in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the third race: Hail Forest wins with 6, Back River Jade 5th, Beach Jewel 2nd, Tobin's Cover Girl 4th. Windermere Denozy finished 3rd. All Bets on Lee was the race winner. They went 29-3, 59-3, 129-1, and the mile 158-3. In review, it's 652, 431. All Bets on Lee paid $9.90. The Exactor $19.30, the Triactor $35.60, and the Superfecta was $5.97.
A couple of happy anniversary wishes tonight to Mike and Aaron Doyle celebrating their 15th anniversary, and to John and Emily Perry celebrating 21 years of wedded bliss. Happy anniversary from all of us here at Red Shores. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Thursday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron, bringing you all the action here tonight. Let's talk about HPI PEI Rewards. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI Rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI Rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 4th race. It is the Drew Power Memorial. I'm going with a 2-6-4 in here. Post time picks at 6-2-4, as is the classifier's choices in the upcoming 4th race in 6 minutes.
Evening's fourth race is the Drew Power Memorial, the Run Parade. Mile Hill Gus 1 is owned and trained by Paul Morrison of Cardigan. Mark Campbell drives. Owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge, trained by Mike McGuigan, driven by Gilberto, 2 Supreme Rocket. Ocean View Daisy 3 is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. Ripped and Ready, number 4, owned by Dina Clove, New Haven, and Dr. Ruth Irving of Russell, Ontario. Dina does the training, driven by Brett Clove. Curad is 5. Brian DeRoche of Clyde River is the owner and the driver, trained by Shayna Toll. Glider Man, number 6, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. Welcome to everyone in the top of the park enjoying tonight's race program. Rocky has more information on Harness Racing Karaoke Star taking place on Thursday, August 14th.
That's right, Vance. Harness Racing Karaoke Star returns to Gold Cup and Saucer Week on Thursday, August the 14th, right here at Red Shore, Charlottetown, for a chance to win cash prizes. Judges will be awarding points based on vocals, stage presence, and crowd response. First place is $300 cash. Second place, $200 cash. Third place is $100 cash. For full details and to sign up for Harness Racing Karaoke Star, visit Redshores.ca. Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. It is the Drew Power Memorial. Field of trotters in here, landing on the 2, Supreme Rocket, 3-year-old Bay Filly by E.L. Rocket. For Jamie Whalen Jr. of Vernon Bridge, Prince Edward Island, he's also the breeder. Mike McGuigan trains with Gilberto in the bike tonight. Last start was in Inverness on July 27th, Atlantic Sire Stakes for $19,680. Left in the back tier, post 7, finished second, just got beat by 3/4 of a length. 2 minutes, 4/5, 29-3 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was in the bike. Start before that, PI Cole Stakes in Summerside, July 15th, $19,000. On the rail was a winner by a neck, 158-3, new race win record, 29-1 on the end of it. Gilberto was in the bike, and he's in the bike tonight of the 2, Supreme Rocket, right now 9-5. There we see the 6, Glider Man, 10-year-old brown gelding by Yankee Glide. For Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, who's also the trainer, David Dowling will do the driving. Started here July 31st in the Island Oceans Trot. Left from 5, finished 3rd. Trotted a mile in 157-3, 28-3 on the end of it. Still looking for that first win of 2025. Glider Man, David Dowling, post 6, 5-1. And there's a look at the 4, Ripped and Ready, 8-year-old bay horse by Muscle Mass for Dina Clove, New Haven, and Dr. Ruth Irving of Russell, Ontario. Dina Clove trains with Brett Clough in the driver's seat. Started here July 31st, Island Oceans Trot. Left from post 2 and finished 5th. Trotted a mile in 159 flat, 29-1 on the end of it. Look at the start, 3 down here July the 10th. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's fourth race. Mile Hill Gus on the rail on your screen with Mark Campbell aboard at 2-1. The 2, Supreme Rocket with Gilberto. Your current choice now at 3-2. Ocean View Daisy 3 with Miles Heffernan Sr. at 17-1. Ripped and Ready 4 with Brett Clough at 9-5. Curad is 5 with Ryan DeRoche at 33-1. And the 6, Glider Man with David Dowling at 9-2. That's a look at the field for tonight's fourth race. Trotters in the Drew Power Memorial. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fourth race. A field of 6 trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the True Power Memorial upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Mile Hill Gus, Supreme Rocket, Ocean View Daisy, Ripped and Ready, Curad, Glider Man, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and trotting in Ocean View Daisy will lead them out. Supreme Rocket is second. Third one to the turn is Curad. On the outside, fourth is Glider Man. Then fifth, Mile Hill Gus. And the trailer, that's Ripped and Ready, 6. By the 8th pole, and they straighten to the backstretch, going to the opening quarter with a 2-length lead early. Ocean View Daisy and Miles Senior. Second is Supreme Rocket. Racing from third is Curad. Then fourth is Glider Man. Mile Hill Gus goes fifth. And the trailer, that's Ripped and Ready, 6. 29 and 2. The opening quarter mile. They're led around the top turn by Ocean View Daisy. Getting the 2-hole trip is Supreme Rocket. Third on the cones is Curad, racing from fourth, Glider Man. Mile Hill Gus is fifth, still trailing 6. That's Ripped and Ready, positions unchanged at the midway point, led by Ocean View Daisy. She's halfway home, and she's at long, and I mean long odds, the longest shot on the board, 59 and 3, opening half. Racing around the turn, they're chasing Ocean View Daisy at 5-8. Second, Supreme Rocket, and she's coming to the outside. Third up the rail is Curad, then in fourth, Glider Man. Back into fifth is Mile Hill Gus, Ripped and Ready on the outside, the trailer. Here comes the 3/4, and on the outside, Supreme Rocket is taking over the lead late. Second is Ocean View Daisy, Curad is third. That's Glider Man fourth, Ripped and Ready fifth. Mile Hill Gus 6, 1:29 and 2 was the 3/4 time, and they're headed on down the home stretch in here. Supreme Rocket and Barrio all alone on the line. Second, that'll go to Curad. Ocean View Daisy held third. Time for this mile in 1:58 and 2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race, the Drew Power Memorial. We saw Ocean View Daisy on the front, 29-2, the half 59 and 3, going to 3/4. Supreme Rocket was right in the 2-hole with Jill Barrio. Moved out, took over, 129 and 2 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Jill Barrio sitting comfortable in the bike here. Gets the job done in 158 and 2, and that's another new race win record for Supreme Rocket. With Jill Barrio, both of those records Jill Barrio in the bike for. In for second is the 5 Curad with Ocean View Daisy hanging on for third, so it's 2-5-3 unofficially. In the fourth, the Drew Power Memorial, we'll see Supreme Rocket and Jill Barrio in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner Circle next.
Supreme Rocket in the fourth race winner's circle, trotting Bay Philly 3 by E.L. Rocket off the Federal Flex Dam. Supreme Monarch, a homebred of Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge, trained by Mike McGuigan. Gil Barrio will guide her to victory and a new race win record tonight, 158 and 2. Supreme Rocket in the fourth. Down at the winner's circle is the Drew Power Memorial Cooler presentation with plenty of friends and family joining us here at the driving park on this Thursday night. Supreme Rocket for Gil Barrio, new record 158 and 2.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the fourth race, Mile Hill Gus was 6th, Supreme Rocket the winner. Ocean View Daisy 3rd, Ripped and Ready was 5th, Curad finished 2nd, Glider Man was 4th, fractions of 29 and 2, 59 and 3, 129 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 2. In review, it's 613, 524. Supreme Rocket paid $5.20 to win. The Exactor $33.80. The Triactor paid $1,002.80. And the Superfactor was $125.34.
In the upcoming fifth race, the Enid Morrison Memorial, number 6, Pam, Ed's Go Straights. Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. It is the Enid Morrison Memorial. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm going with a 1-4-3. Post time picks goes 3-1-2. Classifiers choices 4-3-1 in tonight's fifth race in 6 minutes.
Race 5 is the Enid Morrison Memorial. There will be a trackside presentation. The Round Post Parade, Skip Across 1, on Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley does the training driven by Jason Hughes. You Bet I'm a Good One, number 2, on by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 3 is Topville Angelina, owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Cheryl Smallman, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilberto drives. Sigali, number 4, owned by the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly, Corey McPherson up. 5, Stone Beach Lily, owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan trains, Colin drives. Number 6 is Pam, owned, trained, and driven by Von Doyle of Charlottetown. Salzburg Annie, number 7, owned by Mike Arnold of Alberta, and Amy Lockie of Montague, trained by Mike Dowling, David Dowling driving. 8 is Rosie All Over, Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Stratford. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Thursday night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on to the 3, Topville Angelina, dropping way down in class. She hits the 701 level. Got Barrio and Matheson together. I'll use her on top. Going to go right alongside with the 4, Sigali, coming off a coast-to-coast victory in 58-3. She closed it out 28 and a piece. I got her for the deuce. Going to the rail, Skip Across for 3rd. Using 2, You Bet I'm a Good One for 4th. And closing it out with the 5, Stone Beach Lily. 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. Rocky, your choices.
I'm going with the rail setter, Skip Across in here. Jason Hughes leaving on the rail, so some good miles, and I think that he's going to point this mare forward tonight. For 2nd, the 4, Sigali with Corey McPherson. Then I'll put the 3, Topville Angelina for 3rd. Going to the 7, Salzburg Annie with David Dowling for 4th. And the 5, Stone Beach Lily with Colin Shepherd. So I'm going 1, 4, 3, 7, 5. Vance likes 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. Good luck with the Super High 5. And once again in the upcoming 5th race, number 6, Pam, adds the go straights. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race. Enid Morrison Memorial, field of 8 in here. Go straights on the 6, Pam. Skip Across and Jason Hughes are on the rail tonight at 11-1. You Bet I'm a Good One, 2, and Jacob Sweet at 3-1. Topville Angelina, 3 with Gilberto at 9-5. Sigali leaves 4 with Corey McPherson at 8-5. Stone Beach Lily is 5 with Colin Shepherd at 19-1. The 6, Pam, on your screen right now. Von Doyle aboard, adding the go straights tonight. They are at 19-1. They are at 9-2. 7, Salzburg Annie with David Dowling at 19-1. And the 8, Rosie All Over with Ryan DeRoche at 30-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Super High 5 time. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fifth race. Super high 5-time, field of 8, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Skip across. You bet I'm a good one. Topville Angelina Sigali. Stone Beach Lily, Pam, Salisbrook Annie, Rosie all over on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. We've got Steve from Atlantic Lottery in the booth. He's going to watch the Super High 5 from the best seat in the house at the Driving Park, Charlottetown. Fifth race, up and pacing. Sigali, the first one out. You bet I'm a good one. Second, third to the turn. That is Topville Angelina. On the rail, fourth. That is Skip Across. Up fifth on the outside is Stone Beach Lily. Salisbrook Annie got away sixth. That's Pam seventh. And the trailer, Rosie all over along the backstretch. Sigali makes the lead. In line to Corey McPherson. Second is You Bet I'm a Good One. Settling up third. That's Topville Angelina. Well gapped out in fourth. That is Skip Across. Stone Beach Lily fifth. Opening quarter. Wow. They're sitting up. Boom! Just like that, 27-2. Down the stretch they come. The opening half mile is next. On the lead, Sigali right there. Second, You Bet I'm a Good One. Third is Topville Angelina. Starting to close up fourth. That's Skip Across. Racing from fifth is Stone Beach Lily. Salisbrook Annie sixth. Pam is seventh. Trailing the field, Rosie all over. 57-1 was the opening half mile. Midway round the paddock turn. Going to the 5-8 Sigali. Now here is Skip Across up to engage the leader. Third up the rail, You Bet I'm a Good One. Stone Beach Lily picks up fourth. Topville Angelina at the rail fifth. Pam on the outside sixth. Salisbrook Annie seventh. And the trailer, Rosie all over there by 3/4. Sigali is still there from the outside applying the pressure. Skip Across won 27-4, 3/4 time. They're headed down the home stretch now. Sigali there on the outside. Skip Across. You Bet I'm a Good One in the passing lane. Deep stretch now on the wire. Sigali hangs on for Corey McPherson. Skip Across was second. You Bet I'm a Good One third. Time for the mile, 1:57 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Sigali and Corey McPherson used hard to get to the front, 27-2. Put up the half in 57-1, down to 3/4, 127-1. Had a challenger, my top selection, Skip Across. Here is the stretch drive. I thought Skip Across might drive by here in deep stretch, but Sigali fought back game tonight to win this race and get a new life's mark tonight of 1:57 flat. Corey McPherson in the bike with the drive. Skip Across in there for second. You Bet I'm a Good One coming up the inside here. We'll get the third spot. So it's 4-1-2 unofficially in the fifth race, the Enid Morrison Memorial. We're going to see Sigali and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Crown Rust Proofing Winter Circle next.
Sigali arrives at the fifth race winner's circle by pacing mare 8 by Shanghai Phil off the Gothic Dream Dam Dream Combination. Over the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown, bred by Andre Creed of Warwick, Quebec. Trained by Philip Kelly, Corey McPherson Put her on top at every call to give her back-to-back wins. This one gets her a new pacing record tonight of 157. Sigali in the fifth. Down in the winner's circle, the Enid Morrison Memorial Cooler presentation with friends and family joining us in the winner's circle. Sigali for Corey McPherson all the way to a new record, 157.
This race replay is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in race 5. Skip Across was second. You Bet I'm a Good One third. Topville Angelina fourth. Sigali was the race winner. Stone Beach Lily sixth. Pam was seventh. Salisbrook Annie finished fifth. Rosie All Over was eighth. The fractions 27 and 2, 57 and 1, 127 and 4, and the mile in 157. From the top, your program reads 2, 3, 4, 1, 6, 7, 5, 8. Sigali paid $640 to win. The exactor 2160, the triactor 9060, super high five at $182.94.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for tomorrow, Friday, August the 8th, right here at Red Shore, Charlottetown. This race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by Prince Edward Island residents at the time of the nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or maritime foaled. Join us in August, right here at Red Shore, Charlottetown, for the McDonald Family Pace. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. It is the Benevolent Irish Society 200th Anniversary Pace, field of 6. I like 4-2-3 in here. Post time picks going with 1-3-4. Classifier's choice is 5-3-2 in the upcoming 6th race in 6 minutes.
The sixth race is the Benevolent Irish Society 200th anniversary. They're on parade, having fun in the sun, number one. Owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Barry McLeod, and Deborah Wilson. Trained by Thane Arsenault, Miles Heffernan drives. Heather's Pet number two, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, driven by Corey McPherson. Smiling in Heaven 3, Gary Chappell of Charlottetown is the owner and the driver, trained by Stacy Dara. Elm Grove Nancy 4 is owned by Tyler Neal of Winslow, trained by Darrell Neal, Kenny Murphy driving. Twin Bee Solitaire number 5, owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington and Barry McTavish of Belfast. Stephen Murphy trains and drives. J.J. Kinley 6, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Vaughn Doyle. 4 minutes to post time. The Gold Cup and Saucer Trials are scheduled for this Saturday, August 9th. Rocky has more details next.
That's right, fans. The greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery and featuring a purse of $100,000, is scheduled for Saturday, August the 16th at Red Shore, Charlottetown. This year, all of the Gold Cup trials will be on one day. That's this Saturday, August the 9th, with the 4 o'clock post time. For more details on the Gold Cup and Saucer 66, please visit Redshores.ca. Let's head out to the track for tonight's sixth race. Benevolent Irish Society 200th anniversary pace. Field of 6, landing on the 4 in here, Elm Grove Nancy. 9-year-old bay mare by Coast to Coast Yankee for Tyler Neal of Winslow. Darrell Neal is the trainer with Kenny Murphy in the bike. Started here July the 10th, post 4, finished second, just beat by half a length. 159 flat, 29-1 on the end of it. Kenny Murphy was in the bike looking for the first win in a couple of years. Elm Grove Nancy, post 4 with Kenny Murphy aboard, 4-1. And there's a look at the 2. Heather's Pet, 6-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Corey McPherson looking to go back-to-back tonight for the double. Last start was here July 31st. Left from post 5, finished 5. Race time 2:01 flat, 30-1 on the end of it. Another one in here looking for her first win of 2025. It's the 2, Heather's Pet with Corey McPherson aboard. Good odds, 15-1. And there's a look at the 3, Smilin' in Heaven, 4-year-old brown mare by Rockin' in Heaven for Gary Chappell of Charlottetown. Stacy Dara trains. Gary in the bike, made a break last start, July 31st, finished 6th, but start before that, left from post 5, July 24th, right here. Finished 8, 2 minutes, 3 fifths, 30-3 on the end of it. I look down to that start, 4 down here, June the 26th, left from post 5, finished 3rd. Race time 1:58 flat, closing it out. In 29-1, looking for the first win of the season is the 3, Smilin' in Heaven with Gary Chappell, 2-1. Last call to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Heather is up here right now in the top of the park. Guaranteed $1,000 to the winner. Could be more than that by now, but guaranteed $1,000. Good luck in the 50-50. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 6th race. It is the Benevolent Irish Society 200th Anniversary Pace Field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
And Rocky, it all started in 1825 and continues to today for Anniversary 200. Having fun in the sun, Heather's Pet, Smiling in Heaven, Elm Grove Nancy, Twinbee Solitaire, J.J. Kinley, here they come. Up and pacing at the rail, having fun in the sun, the first one out. Second, that's Heather's Pet. Third to the turn, Smiling in Heaven. To get away fourth is Elm Grove Nancy, Twinbee Solitaire fifth, and the trailer J.J. Kinley. That's a programmed order start as they race the backstretch and go to the opening quarter, having fun in the sun. And Miles Sr., the heavy favorites, right on the engine. Second is Heather's Pet racing from third. That's Smiling in Heaven. Fourth up the rail, Elm Grove Nancy, Twinbee Solitaire. She's in fifth, followed by the trailer six. J.J. Kinley, 29 and 3, the opening quarter-mile straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. Having fun in the sun, in complete command here. Second is Heather's Pet, Smiling in Heaven. Third, Elm Grove Nancy. Fourth. Fifth is Twinbee Solitaire. The trailer, that is J.J. Kinley. They're halfway home in the sixth, and we've had absolutely no movement in here. On the point, having fun in the sun, the midway point leader in 59 seconds flat. Getting the two-hole ride, Heather's Pet, Smiling in Heaven, rounding the turn third. Elm Grove Nancy fourth. Going wide fifth, Twinbee Solitaire, trailing sixth. J.J. Kinley halfway up the backstretch, second and final time, arriving next at 3/4, having fun in the sun, will get him there. Heather's Pet is second, Smiling in Heaven third, stalling on the outside fourth, Twinbee Solitaire up the rail is Elm Grove Nancy, and the trailer, J.J. Kinley, 1:29 and 3/4 time. Now they're headed on home, led by Having Fun in the Sun. Heather's Pet at the rail second. Smiling in Heaven third. Elm Grove Nancy on the wire next. Here is Having Fun in the Sun to double up Miles Sr. Second, on that inside. That was Heather's Pet with Smiling in Heaven third. 1:58 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race, the Benevolent Irish Society 200th Anniversary Pace. Having fun in the sun, and Miles Sr., they go right down the road, 29 and 3, the half in 59 seconds, down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 3. Here's the stretch drive. Having fun in the sun. Coming up the inside is Heather's Pet, Smiling in Heaven there third, but Miles Heffernan Sr. is going to double up tonight with Having Fun in the Sun, 1:58 flat. Heather's Pet second, Smiling in Heaven is third. So it's 1, 2, 3 unofficially in the 6th race. We're going to see Having Fun in the Sun and Miles Heffernan Sr. in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Having fun in the sun, arriving at the sixth race winner, Circle Bay Pacing mare, 7 years. The daughter of Sunshine Beach is off the Pro Bono Best Dam Hemisphere. Home with Thane and Jack Arsenal, Barry McLeod and Deborah Wilson. Bred by Garrett Isman and Tara Isman from Manitoba. Trained by Thane Arsenal, Miles Heffernan, senior, put her on top at every call for Miles. That's his second winner on the night for the double. Time for the mile in a 1:58. Having fun in the sun. The Benevolent Irish Society 200th anniversary joining us with the Trackside Cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 6, Having Fun in the Sun, the race winner. Heather's Pat was second. Smiling in Heaven third. Elm Grove Nancy fourth. Twinbee Solitaire was sixth. J.J. Kinley finished fifth. They went 29 and 3, 59, 129 and 3, and the mile in 1:58. In review, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5. Having Fun in the Sun paid $250. The exactor $460, triactor $1310, and the superfactor was $397.
Have a shout out tonight and a welcome to Red Shores to Merv Walker. Played 9 years in the Canadian Football League. That's quite an accomplishment in itself. He's joining us here at Red Shores tonight. Been coming here for over 40 years. So welcome Merv Walker and your family to Red Shores. Hope you're enjoying the races here tonight. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores, Charlottetown on a Thursday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Let's talk about HPI Bet and get points on all Woodbine racing. When Red Shores is proud to present the HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI Bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. We'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. I'm going with a 4-2-3 in here. Peter McPhee, that's post time picks, going with a 4-1-2. And the classifier's choices 4-2-5 in tonight's 7th race in 6 minutes.
Back on the trot here for race 7 on parade. Big Rig number 1, owned by Jamie Weldon and Owen McGuigan, trained by Mike McGuigan. Mark Campbell driving. Dibs on the Captain number 2, owned and trained by Blaine White of South Panett. Corey McPherson drives. 3, Lucky Ticket is owned and trained by William Fallen of Summerside. Miles Heffernan. Dusty Lane Kahlua 4 is owned by Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gass of Cornwall, trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Ma Barker number 5, owned by the Shotgun Stables of West Royalty, trained by Dave Kelly, driven tonight by Stephen Murphy. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky Skirman at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. In tonight's opener, it was the Gary Shack Smith Memorial, and we saw Can't Catch Pepper and Jill Berrio go to the front tonight, 29-1, 57-4, 128. Here is the stretch drive with Hatchling in the 2-hole. Mark Campbell pops out and goes by to win in 157-1. Second lifetime start, maiden record for Hatchling in the opener tonight. The Triactor 147, 61.50. In tonight's second race, the 3, My Pocket Rocket, wire to wire tonight, 30-3, 101-4, 132-3 to 3/4. Trots home to win in 201-3. That was a new race win record for My Pocket Rocket. Kenny Murphy supplied the winning drive. The 3-2-1 Triactor in tonight's second race paid $60.80. In tonight's third race, all bets on Lee and Miles Heffernan Sr. They come up on the outside here to take the deep stretch lead and get a nice win tonight in 158-3, a new race win record. Miles Heffernan Sr.'s first win on the night. In for second, Beach Jules. Up for third, that was the 5, Windermere Denazi. Your Triactor 635, $35.60. In tonight's fourth race, the Drew Power Memorial Trot, we saw Supreme Rocket and Gilles Berrio 29-2, 59-3, 129-2 overtook the trot setting Ocean View Daisy and Miles Heffernan Sr. to win tonight. New race win record 158-2. In for second, Curad. Up for third, Ocean View Daisy. Triactor 253, $1,002.80. In tonight's fifth race, Super High 5-time Enid Morrison Memorial, we saw Sagali, Corey McPherson go right down the road, 27-2, 57-1, 127-4, and they win tonight in 157 flat. New race win record. In for second was Skipper Cross. You Bet I'm a Good One was third. Tractor 412, $90.60. In tonight's sixth race, just finished the Benevolent Irish Society 200th anniversary pace. Having fun in the sun. Miles Heffernan, coast to coast, 29-3, 59, 129-3. They're home and cooled in 158 flat. Miles Heffernan's second win on the night. Heather's Pet in there for second, Smiling and Heaven third. The 1-2-3 Triactor, $13.10. That was the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Let's head up to the track for tonight's fourth race. Field of 5 trotters in here, landing on the 4, Dusty Lane Kahlua. And we have equipment changes on Dibs on the Captain, the 2-horse, snaffle bit to Italian sidelining bit, and a bar bit to a chin chain. The 3 Lucky Ticket, Ed's a head pole on the outside. There is the 4, Dusty Lane Kahlua. 3-year-old Bay Filly by E.L. Rocket for Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gass of Cornwall. Lenny Myers, the trainer. Ryan DeRoche in the bike. Started here July 31st, left from post 3, wire-to-wire winner in 2:01-2. That was a maiden record, 29-1 on the end of it for Ryan DeRoche. Post 4 tonight for Dusty Lane Kahlua, 4-5. And there is the 2, Dibs on the Captain, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Mile Hill Willie for Blaine White of South Panett, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Corey McPherson in the bike, looking for his second win on the night. Last start here, July 31st, left from post 5, finished 4th, 2:02-3, 29-3 on the end of it. Looking for that maiden win tonight. Dibs on the Captain with Corey McPherson, 3-1. And there's a look at the 3, Lucky Ticket. 4-year-old bay horse by E.L. Rocket for Billy Folland of Summerside, who also is the trainer. Miles Heffernan Sr. is looking for win number 3 tonight. He's in the bike. Last start was here, July 24th. Left from post 2. Had broken equipment, finished 6th, 2:06 and 3. Last season, 9 starts. Had a win, maiden record 2:03 for Lucky Ticket. Actually, a maiden record of 2:07 and 2. They got the qualifying record on there of 2:03 for the 3. Lucky Ticket with Miles Heffernan Sr. 7-1. Trotters in tonight's 7th race. There's 5 of them. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Big Rig, dibs on the captain. Lucky Ticket, Dusty Lane Kahlua, Ma Barker. Top of the stretch. Seventh race, Trotters approaching a start. Rough and trotting and leaving out Dusty Lane Kahlua. On the rail, Big Rig between horses, Lucky Ticket. As they race away around the turn, dibs on the captain's away for us. We got some breakers here. Off stride, Big Rig. Off stride, Lucky Ticket. And to the backstretch they go, led by Dusty Lane Kahlua. In line to Ryan DeRoche. Moving into second, that's dibs on the captain. Now third is Ma Barker. Back down trotting fourth, Lucky Ticket. And the trailer fifth, that is Big Rig. They're on by the quarter. We've got early movement up front here. Here's dibs on the captain to take over the lead. Second, that's Dusty Lane Kahlua, 30 and 4 the quarter. All alone in third is Ma Barker. Back to fourth, Lucky Ticket. And the trailer, Big Rig. We are under a judge's inquiry here in race number 7. Retain your tickets till it's official. They are strung out. This field of 5 trotters halfway home. Dibs on the captain, the leader. Dusty Lane Kahlua second, Ma Barker third. Lucky Ticket is fourth, and the trailer, Big Rig, 59 and 4 for half a mile. 29 seconds flat in the second quarter. Dibs on the captain, clear by 3. Dusty Lane Kahlua second. Ma Barker continuing third. Lucky Ticket is fourth, and Big Rig fifth. Here comes the 3 quarters. Dibs on the captain, getting the field there. Dusty Lane Kahlua continues second. All alone in third is Ma Barker. Fourth is Lucky Ticket. Trailing fifth is Big Rig. The 3 quarters up in 1:30 and 2. And they're homeward bound. Dibs on the captain, the leader. Second, Dusty Lane Kahlua. Ma Barker third. They're in deep. Stretch now. Dibs on the captain, needs the line. Dusty Lane Kahlua, dibs on the captain. Will hang on for McPherson. Dusty Lane Kahlua was second. Ma Barker third. 2-0, 1-1. The judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 7 going to the opening 8th.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. Dibs on the Captain, popped out of the 2-hole, going to the quarter in 30 and 4, strikes the front, the half in 59 and 4, down to 3/4 in 130 and 2. Here's the stretch drive. I thought that Dusty Lane Kahlua was going to drive right by here in deep stretch, but Dibs on the Captain come back on to fight him off to win here tonight in 2:01 maiden record. Corey McPherson doubles up in the bike tonight. Dusty Lane Kahlua, nice effort for second. Up for third, the 5, Ma Barker. So it's 2, 4, 5 unofficially in the 7th. We're going to see Dibs on the Captain and Corey McPherson in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Dibs on the Captain into the 7th race winner's circle. Trotting Bay filly, she's 3 years, by Mile Hill Willie off the Perfect Spiral Dam Hypnotic Chris. Blaine White of South Finette, owner, trainer, and also the breeder of the filly. Corey McPherson gets his second winner tonight for the double. Filly will trot to a maiden record of 2:01-1. Dibs on the Captain and the McPherson double in the 7th. Results of the 7th race judges' inquiry. Both horses that ran in the first turn was on their own and committed no violations. Here's the official results in race 7. Big Rig 5th. Dibs on the Captain, the race winner. Lucky Ticket 4th. Dusty Lane Kahlua was 2nd. Ma Barker finished 3rd. They went 30 and 4, 59 and 4, 130 and 2, and the mile 2:01-1. In review 5:14.23. Dibs on the Captain paid $13.30 to win. The exactor $17, triactor $74.60, and the superfecta $15.97.
Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada. For nearly 3 decades, RCS Construction has been delivering high-quality projects in commercial, retail, hospitality, and industrial sectors. RCS is proud to help shape our communities with authentic and reliable construction solutions. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race, the Doane Grant Thornton Pace. Field of 6 in here. I'm going with a 4-3-5, post-time picks and the classifiers choices 3-4-5 in tonight's 8th race in 7 minutes.
On the 8th race post parade, number 1 is Woodmere Lizzie, owned by John McGilvery of Charlottetown and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by David O'Brien, Corey McPherson driving. Woodmere Delta 2, owned by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Wheel Smoke Show 3, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Obsessed with Lou, number 4, owned by Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown, Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tom does the training. Mark Campbell catch drives. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, number 5, owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside, trained by Brendan Mullen, David Dowling. Magnificent Mia, number 6, owned by Michael Collings of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings, Paul Langell aboard. 5 minutes to post time. The James McGregor Memorial is scheduled for Friday, August 15th, and proudly presented by title sponsor, The Guardian.
The Guardian is the title sponsor of the James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation. This special race is held annually during Gold Cup Week and honors the contributions of the McGregor family to the harness racing industry.
And the Maritime Magic Man has the quadruple Perio and Avatar J.
Don't miss this year's race, scheduled for Friday, August 15th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation, proudly presented by The Guardian.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race, Doane Grant Thornton Pace. They're celebrating in the center field tonight with us. I'm landing on the 4 in here, Obsessed with Lou, 3-year-old bay filly by Sweet Lou for Tommy Weatherby of Charlottetown and Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tommy Weatherby is the trainer, and he is just 2 wins away, folks, from 500 career wins. Could get them tonight. Last start for Obsessed with Lou was here July 31st, left on the rail and was a winner by half a length in 1:55.2. New race win record, closed it out 29 seconds flat. Brody McPhee was in the bike. That was her 5th lifetime win. Post for tonight, Obsessed with Lou with Mark Campbell. Your current choice on the board at 4-5. There's a look at the 3, Real Smoke Show, 3-year-old bay filly by Huntsville for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Started here July 31st, left from post 2, finished 3rd, just beat a length and a half. 1:55.3, closing it out 28-4. 3 wins on the season, 1:58.4 record taken right here at Charlottetown on June the 19th. Real Smoke Show, post 3 with Jason Hughes at 8-5. And there's a look at the 5. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. 4-year-old bay mare by Control the Moment for Heather Sheen of Summerside. Brendan Mullen, the trainer. David Dowling in the bike tonight. Last start was here July 31st from post 6, finished 5th. 156 and 2, 29 and 4 on the end of it for Mark Campbell. Look, 3 down to the start in Summerside. July 17th from post 4 was a winner by a length in 157 and 2, 28 and 3 on the end of it. David Dowling was the driver on that night. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Post 5 with David Dowling, 3-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 8th race. Doan Grant Thornton will be in the winner's circle with the presentations. Woodmere Lizzie on the rail with Corey McPherson. He's looking to triple up tonight. Right now, 18-1. Woodmere Delta 2 and Jill Barrio. He's looking to double up tonight. He's in the bike right now at 3-1. Real Smoke Show, the 3 and Jason Hughes at 6-5. Obsessed with Lou is 4 with Mark Campbell at 9-5. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You 5 with David Dowling at 7-2. And Magnificent Mia post 6 with Paul Angel at 18-1. That's the field for tonight's 8th race. Corey McPherson's looking to triple up tonight. Right now, good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 8th race. A field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Doan Grant Thornton pace. Winner circle. Presentation to the winner. Upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Lizzie, Woodmere Delta, Real Smoke Show, Obsessed with Lou, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, and Magnificent Mia. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off off and pacing up the rail. Woodmere Lizzie will lead them out. Second into the turn is Real Smoke Show. On the outside third, that's Obsessed with Lou. Fourth, in between horses, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. Fifth up the rail, that is a Woodmere Delta. And trailing the field, Magnificent Mia, the quarter pole bound. And it's Woodmere Lizzie on the early lead. And the early company coming to call. Obsessed with Lou will take over now for Mark Campbell. Woodmere Lizzie gives way second. Racing from third, Real Smoke Show. Around the turn, Woodmere Delta fourth. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You fifth. And the trailer, Magnificent Mia, 28 and 3, the opening quarter. Off the turn they come and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now. The leader, Obsessed with Lou. Second is Woodmere Lizzie, Real Smoke Show third. Then in fourth, Woodmere Delta. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You fifth. And trailing sixth, that is Magnificent Mia, 58 seconds flat for half a mile. Around the paddock turn, they'll chase. Up front, Obsessed with Lou to the 5-8. Woodmere Lizzie second. On the outside, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You moving third. Real Smoke Show fourth. Magnificent Mia up fifth on the outside. Now the trailer, Woodmere Delta, new leader at 3/4. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You takes over late. Obsessed with Lou now second. Third around the turn, Woodmere Lizzie 1:28 flat, the 3/4. They turn for home. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. Obsessed with Lou trying to come back on the outside. Woodmere Lizzie along the rail. Deep stretch now on the wire next. 3 of them across the track. Wow! What a finish here. The picture will tell the tale. 1:56 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Doan Grant Thornton pace. We saw Obsessed with Lou get to the front, 28-3, the half 58. David Dowling came calling with I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, trying to catch Mark Campbell sleeping on the front end, 3/4 in 1:28. Here's the stretch drive. 3 of them across the track here. We see Obsessed with Lou at the rail. That's Woodmere Lizzie. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. 3 of them right across the track to the line here. And guess who gets it, folks? It is the 1. Woodmere Lizzie gets the job done. New record tonight, 1:56. Corey McPherson triples up in the bike. In for second, the 4, Obsessed with Lou. With the 5, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You third. It's 1-4-5. Unofficially in the 8th, and we are going to see Woodmere Lizzie and Corey McPherson in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner Circle next.
There goes the longest shot in the toe board right to the winner's circle here in the 8th race. That's Woodmere Lizzie in the photo finish. Bay Pacing Mare, 4 by Arthur Bluechip from the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam for All We Know. Owned by John McGilvery of Charlottetown and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. trained by David O'Brien. Corey McPherson now has a driving triple on this night. The mare has a new pacing record of 156. Woodmere Lizzie triples up Corey McPherson in an 8th race. Shocker. Down at trackside, we have the Doane Grant Thornton Cooler presentation. Woodmere Lizzie, new record, 156. Now the official results in race 8, Woodmere Lizzie the winner, Woodmere Delta 5th, Real Smoke Show 4th, Obsessed with Lou was 2nd, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You finished 3rd, Magnificent Mia 6th, 28 and 3, 58, 128, and the mile in a 156. In review, 154, 236. Woodmere Lizzie paid $51.20 on the nose. The Exactor $49.80, Triactor $403.30, Superfecta $67.54.
The 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 10th at the Crampbow Exhibition Ground starting at 11:30 a.m. Join us on October the 9th from 3 till 7 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 9th race as the horses make their way out of the paddock. It's the Keith Duke McCollum Memorial. I'm going 1-4-3, as is post-time picks Peter McPhee. Classifier's choice is 4-3-6 in tonight's 9th race in 6 minutes.
Ninth race on Post Parade, Havarti won, is owned by Chantel Angel of Montague. Paul Angel trains and drives. Lorne Valley Barb, number 2, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan. Miles Heffernan Jr. trains and drives. Silly Amos, number 3, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner David Kent of North Rustico. Shaken Blake, number 4, David Dowling in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge. 5 is Outrageous Song, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Jackie Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Ms. Megan Sparkle, number 6, owned and trained by Shayna Toll of Clyde River, Ryan DeRoss drives. 5 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Northumberland Ferries for their continued support of harness racing on Prince Edward Island.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
And there you see that very, very tight photo from tonight's 8th race. You'll see Woodmere Lizzie along the rail, just nipping, obsessed with Lou, and I'll bet you I'll beat you. That's a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And it is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Havarti, 7-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar for Chantal Angel of Montague. Paul Angel, the trainer and the driver. Last start July 31st here. Left from post 2. Made a break in deep stretch. Looked like she was going to go by and win this race, but she made a break. Settled for 4th. Placed 5th. 157-2, closing it out 29-2. The start before that here on July 24th, left from 2 and finished 2. Beat a length, 157-2, 28-4 on the end of it. Havarti on the rail tonight with Paul Angel, 2-1. There's a look at the 4, Shaken Blake, 5-year-old bay mare by He's Watching for Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. She's also the trainer. David Dowling in the bike, started at Summerside, August the 3rd, left from post 3. Wire-to-wire winner, 157-2, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. 4 wins on the season, 19 career, 155-1 season's best. Look at the bottom of her lines. June the 5th, right here at Charlottetown for David Dowling, closing it out in 28-3. Shaken Blake, David Dowling aboard tonight. Post 4, your current choice at 3-5. And there we see the 3, Silly Amos, 7-year-old bay mare by Steelhead Hanover for David Kent of North Rustico, who's also the breeder. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and the driver. Started here July 31st, left from post 6, finished second, just beat ahead. 157-1, 28 seconds flat on the end of it. Still looking for that first win of the season. Had 4 wins last season, including a 157 season's best right here at Charlottetown. 4 second place finishes thus far this season. Silly Amos, post 3 with the veteran Kenny Arsenault aboard, 4-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 9th race. Keith, Duke McCollum Memorial Pace. Havarti, Paul Angel on the rail, 7-2. Lorne Valley Barb, Miles Heffernan Jr. They're at 5-1. Silly Amos is 3 with Kenny Arsenault at 4-1. The 4, Shaken Blake and David Dowling, 3-4. Outrageous Song on your screen right now, Gilles Barrio at 11-1. And Miss Megan Sparkle now on your screen with Ryan DeRoche aboard. And they are at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 9th race. Keith Duke McCollum Memorial. Good luck with your selections. Don't forget, we're back here harness racing tomorrow night. First post at 6 o'clock. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 9th race, a field of 6. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, the Keith Duke McCollum Memorial. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Havarti, Lorne Valley Barb, Silly Amos, Shakin' Blake, Outrageous Song, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Silly Amos leaving out, Havarti at the rail, splitting them to the turn. Lorne Valley Barb third, to get away fourth. Shakin' Blake, then the fifth is Outrageous Song, and the trailer, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Up the backstretch they go to the opening quarter, led by Silly Amos and Kenny Arsenault. Vacating the 2-hole, there goes Havarti on to engage the leader and take over top spot as they swing by the opening quarter mile, now led by Havarti and Paul Angel. Racing second is Silly Amos. Around the turn, Lorne Valley Barb has third. Then it's Shakin' Blake fourth. Fifth is Outrageous Song, and the trailer, that's Ms. Megan Sparkle, 29 seconds flat the front quarter. Down the stretch they come towards half mile. Havarti the leader. Racing from second is Silly Amos, then third, Lorne Valley Barb. Shakin' Blake goes fourth. Outrageous Song is fifth, and the trailer, that is Ms. Megan Sparkle, 58 and 4 for an opening half-mile straight alignment as they go to 5/8, led by Havarti. 2-hole ride, Silly Amos. Here comes Shakin' Blake, moving up third on the outside. Fourth at the rail, that is Lorne Valley Barb. Racing from fifth, Outrageous Song. Ms. Megan Sparkle on the outside, sixth. Arrive at 3/4. On the outside, the new leader, Shakin' Blake. Havarti still has the cones. Silly Amos right there, third. 3/4 up in 1:28 and 3. They turn for home. Havarti battles back to retake the lead. Shakin' Blake on the outside, second. Silly Amos up the rail, third. Deep stretch now. Havarti almost there. Havarti gets there for Paul Angel. Silly Amos second. Shakin' Blake third. Time for the mile, 1:56 and 2, 27 and 4, closing quarter.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Keith Duke McCollum Memorial trackside presentation to the winner Havarti drives up and takes the lead. 29 seconds flat to the quarter. 58-4 to the half. Down to 3/4 in 1:28-3. Here is the stretch drive. You'll see Silly Amos come up the inside. I thought she might have some step here to get it. Just got beat at the wire here by a neck or so as Havarti redeems herself from her last start. Gets the job done. 1:56-2. Second win of the season. That's the season's best. Silly Amos raced great tonight. Kenny Armstrong in there for second. Shaken Blake third. So it's 1-3-4 unofficially in the ninth. We're going to see Havarti and Paul Angel in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner Circle next.
Havarti has arrived at the ninth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare. She is the 7-year-old daughter of Better Than Cheddar from the Yankee Camden Maiden Heaven. A homebred of Chantel Langell of Montague. Paul Angel training and driving. Mare gets her 15th lifetime victory tonight. Time of the mile in 1:56-2. She closed it out in 27 and change. Havarti in the ninth at trackside. The Keith Duke McCollum Memorial Cooler presentation. Here's the official results in race 9. Havarti, the race winner. Lorne Valley Barb, 4th. Silly Amos was 2nd. Shaken Blake, 3rd. Outrageous Song was 5th. Ms. Megan Sparkle, 6th. 29, 58-4. 128-3. Mile in 1:56-2. In review, 1:42, 3:56. Havarti paid $13.20 to win. The exactor 42.10, triactor 57.90, and the superfactor was 67.45.
HPI players will be entered into a draw for a $500 account rebate by wagering on Red Shore Charlottetown. You can earn a ballot when you wager $25 or more per card during Old Home Week and, of course, Gold Cup and Saucer Night. You must opt in to be eligible for the promotion. HPIBet.com, at the track, or at home, where you now earn HPI rewards. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. There's the Atlantic Post Calls Paddy Cam. I'm going with a 1-3-2 post time picks, and the classifier's choice is 3-2-1 in tonight's 10th in 6 minutes.
Tenth race on Post Parade, Wired Blue Chip number 1, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell driving. Pownell Bay Colleen number 2 is owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Corey McPherson. Shadow Princess 3, owned by Red Lamb Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, Paul Langell trains and drives. Irie number 4, owned by David Mercer of Nova Scotia, Keith and the estate of Kenneth McDougall of Alberta, trained by Tom Weatherby, Ryan DeRoche catch drives. 5, Pop the Pin, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Southwind Ricochet number 6, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nichols, and Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio drives. Listen Linda Lou number 7 is owned and trained by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, driven by Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. The birthplace of Confederation Series eliminations are set for August 9th, followed by the consolation and final on August 16th. Thank you to title sponsor, the City of Charlottetown.
The City of Charlottetown is the title sponsor of the Birthplace of Confederation Series. This series is held annually during Gold Cup Week and recognizes individuals and families who've made significant contributions to harness racing in the capital city and province. The City of Charlottetown is proud to announce the 2025 series will be named in honor of Harris Johnston, with races scheduled for August 9th and 16th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The Birthplace of Confederation Series, proudly presented by the City of Charlottetown.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering, landing on the rail sitter. Wired Blue Chip, 3-year-old Bay filly by Better's Delight for Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay. Earl Watts is the trainer with Mark Campbell in the bike, looking for his second win tonight. Started in Summerside, July 22nd, left from post 6, finished 5th. Race time, 1:59 flat, 28-2. On the end of it, Ryan DeRoche was in the bike. 2 wins on the season, including a new record of 1:57-4, taken right here at Charlottetown. Wired Blue Chip, Mark Campbell gets the call tonight. On the rail, your current choice, 4-5. There's a look at the 3, Shadow Princess, 3-year-old Bay filly by Shadow Play for Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. They're also the breeders. Paul Langell is the trainer and the driver, looking to go back-to-back tonight for the double. Started here July 31st from post 6, finished 3rd. Race time, 1:57-2, 28-4. On the end of it, took a record of 1:58-2 right here at Charlottetown, maiden record earlier on in the season. That's Shadow Princess from post 3 with Paul Angel, 3-1. And there's a look at the 2. Ponnell Bay Colleen, 3-year-old black filly by Sunshine Beach for Ian Smith of Stratford, who's also the breeder. Tommy Weatherby, the trainer. Corey McPherson's having himself a night. He's got 3 wins already. Last start was here July 31st from post 5. Finished 6, 157-4, 28-4. On the end of it, Brody McPhee was in the bike. Maiden record this year of 159-3. Right here at Charlottetown earlier on. Ponnell Bay Colleen, post 2 with Corey McPherson aboard at 2-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 10th race. Field of 7. Wired Blue Chip and Mark Campbell on the rail at 9-5. Ponnell Bay Colleen 2 with Corey McPherson at 2-1. The 3, Shadow Princess and Paul Angel at 2-1. 4 is Irie with Ryan Darash at 9-1. The 5, Pop the Pin and Jason Hughes on your screen right now at 6-1. Southwind Ricochet is 6 with Jill Barrio at 9-1. And to round out the field on the outside, 7 is Listen Linda Lou with Adam Murner at 19-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 10th race. Good luck with your selections.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $1,345. The winning number will be Z 2806842. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $1,345, Z 2806842. Good luck.
Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Wired Blue Chip, Ponnell Bay Colleen, Shadow Princess. Irie Pop the Pin, Southwind Ricochet. Listen, Linda Lou, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Wired Blue Chip will lead them out. Second is Ponnell Bay Colleen. Shadow Princess away third. Fourth is Irie. Then fifth, Pop the Pin with Southwind Ricochet. And listen, Linda Lou. That's another programmed order start in here. Wired Blue Chip.
She's in unfamiliar territory tonight, right on the choo-choo, in line to Mark Campbell. Second is Puddle Bay Colleen with the leaders in third. Shadow Princess, well gapped out. Fourth is Irie. Then it's Pop the Pin in fifth with Southwind Ricochet. And the trailer, Listen Linda Lou, is 7:28 and 4. Opened it up. They around the turn, led by Wired Blue Chip. Two-hole ride, Puddle Bay Colleen. Then in third, it's Shadow Princess. Racing from fourth is Irie. Pop the Pin. She goes fifth. Then it's Southwind Ricochet. And Listen Linda Lou. Straight alignment at the opening half mile, led by Wired Blue Chip in 58 and 1. Tracking in the two-hole, that's Puddle Bay Colleen. Third is Shadow Princess. Irie closed up fourth. Moving out fifth is Pop the Pin. Southwind Ricochet sixth. Listen Linda Lou seventh. The three-quarters comes next. Wired Blue Chip will get them there. Up on the outside, Shadow Princess now second. Third at the rail, that's Puddle Bay Colleen. Three-quarters in the books in 1:28 and 2. Rounding the turn, final time. Eighth of a mile to go. Wired Blue Chip trying to take them all the way. That is Puddle Bay Colleen in the passing lane. Shadow Princess third. Deep stretch. Now they're coming to the wire. On the outside in the middle, Wired Blue Chip looks to hang on. Then Puddle Bay Colleen and Shadow Princess 1:56.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Wired Blue Chip, as I expected. Mark Campbell would send her right down the road tonight. 28-4, 58 and 1, 128 and 2 to three-quarters. Here is the stretch drive. Wired Blue Chip at the rail. Puddle Bay Colleen with Shadow Princess on the outside. They're going to battle to the wire here. Looked like Puddle Bay Colleen was going to go by, but Mark Campbell never gives up on a horse, and he gets the job done here tonight to win. New record, 1:56 and 3. Mark Campbell doubles up for the winning drive. Up for second, Puddle Bay Colleen. Shadow Princess third. 1, 2, 3 unofficially. In the 10th, we're going to see Wired Blue Chip and Mark Campbell in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Here comes Wired Blue Chip to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly, 3 years, the daughter of Better's Delight off the Captain Treacherous dam. Shaka Blue Chip, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay. Bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock and Let It Ride Stables. Trained by Earl Watts and Mark Campbell, guides her to victory. Had her on top at every call to a new record tonight of 1:56 and 3. Wired Blue Chip wires the 10th.
Now the official results in race 10, Wired Blue Chip the winner, Funnel Bay Colleen was second, Shadow Princess third, Irie finished fourth, Pop the Pin was fifth, Southwind Ricochet finished seventh, Listen Linda Lou was sixth, the fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 128 and 2, and the mile 156 and 3. In review, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6. Wire Blue Chip 460. Exactor 930, Triactor 1790, Superfecta 327.
'25 Home Hardware Maritime Breeder Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Field of 6 in here. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like 6-4-2. Post time picks going 4-2-3. Classifiers choices 4-2-6 in tonight's 11th race in 8 minutes. Here's a look at that win photo from tonight's 10th race. Wired Blue Chip just nipping on the line. The 2, Funnel Bay Colleen. That's a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
The 11th race enters the track on Post Parade. Tribal Dancer 1, owned by Joseph Lewis of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby, Corey McPherson driving. JM Sports Van 2, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson, trained by Harold Shepard, driven by Stephen Shepard. Redland Miss Pretty, number 3, is owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Langell drives. Steady Heart wears number 4, owned by Bo Ford, Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, and Scott Bridges. Bo does the training, driven by Mark Campbell. Lady Divine 5, Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. David Dowling up. Tall Dark Latte 6, owned by Redland Farms, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Tom Weatherby. Tonight, Gilles Barrio catch drives. 5 minutes to post time. Rocky, as you mentioned, we're coming up with our selections here in race number 11. Once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. In the 11th, I went to the 4, Steady Heart. Had a big-time win streak snapped, and now she's back on another one after winning her last start in 55-4. I like the 3, Redland Miss Pretty, just playing a hunch. This mare can get there, and she can come from off the pace. I'm going to the 2, JM Sports Fan, and for super players, I'm on 5, Lady Divine. I'm 4-3-2-5. Rocky, your choices.
I went to the 6, Tall Dark Latte. Gilles Barrio gets the call tonight. In this one, winner this year, 155-1 record taken at Summerside. 5 wins on the season thus far. For second, I'll go with the 4, Steady Heart with Mark Campbell. He's got a driving double tonight. For third, the 2, JM Sports Fan. And to round it out with the 5, Lady Divine. But I agree with the Vance, the 3, Redland Miss Pretty. She certainly can get there if she puts her mind to it. I'm going 6-4-2-5. Vance going 4-3-2-5. Good luck with your selections in the feature here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 11th race. Field of 6 in here with Tribal Dancer on the rail and Corey McPherson at 2-1. JM Sports Fan 2 with Stephen Shepard at 5-2. Redland Miss Pretty 3 and Paul Angel at 7-1. The 4, Steady Heart with Mark Campbell at even money. 5, Lady Divine, David Dowling at 12-1. And the 6, Tall Dark Latte with Gilles Barrio at 8-1. That is the field for tonight's 11th race feature. Good luck with your selections. I want to give a shout out tonight to my uncle Vernon Baglow, watching all the races from Red Shores. He'll be tuned in all week, might be here Saturday afternoon to attend the trials. Helped us out this morning moving a couple of couches. Really appreciate it, Vernon. As the 11th race, countdown clock is in with a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Tribal Dancer, JM Sports Fan, Redland Miss Pretty, Steady Heart, Lady Divine, Tall Dark Latte. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing. Redland Miss Pretty is firing out at the rail. Tribal Dancer, third one to the turn. JM Sports Fan to get away fourth. Along the rail is Steady Heart, then fifth. That's Lady Divine. And the early trailer, Tall Dark Latte. Up the backstretch they go. Redland Miss Pretty and Paul Angel on the lead. Second at the rail, Tribal Dancer. JM Sports Fan thought about a move, and now she's on the cones, racing third. Back into fourth is Steady Heart, then Lady Divine fifth. Tall Dark Latte to rails the field, 28 and 1. A solid opening quarter. Rounding the turn they go, led by Redland Miss Pretty and Langell, 2-hole ride. Tribal Dancer, then in third. That's JM Sports Fan. Steady Heart goes fourth. Lady Divine fifth. Tall Dark Latte is the trailer. They're at the midway point, led by Redland Miss Pretty. 2-hole ride. That belongs to Tribal Dancer. 56 and 1. 28 seconds flat in the second quarter. Redland Miss Pretty, the serious leader, going to 3/4. Second at the rail, Tribal Dancer on the outside. Third, JM Sports Fan. Steady Heart swinging out 3 wide. Fourth, up the rail, Tall Dark Latte. Nowhere to go. Fifth, trailing the field, Lady Divine. The 3/4 in 1:25 flat. 1/8 of a mile out. Redland Miss Pretty by 3. Tribal Dancer second. Way wide, Steady Heart. Coming late third. Tall Dark Latte up the passing lane. Redland Miss Pretty brought the A-game to Charlottetown. Wire to wire to double up Langell. Tall Dark Latte closing in second. Third, Tribal Dancer. Check this trip out. 1:53.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Redland Miss Pretty. I picked her in her last start in Summerside. She just didn't come through for me, but she comes through tonight in fine style. 28-1, 56-1, 125 to 3/4. And here is the stretch drive. Paul Angel doubles up tonight. Gives this mare a new race win record of 153-3. My top selection in here, Tall Dark Latte, raced very well tonight in there for the deuce. Tribal Dancer up there for third, so it's 3-6-1 unofficially. In the 11th race feature, we're going to see Redland Miss Pretty and Paul Angel in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Redland Miss Pretty in the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Source of Pride. Off the Better's Delight Dam, Woodmere, Nora. Owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson. Bred by Arnold Hagen of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Carl Williams. Paul Langell put her on top at every call tonight, and she's never been better than she just was tonight here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record. An excellent trip of 1:53 and 3. Redland Miss Pretty in the 11th. Now the official results in race 11, Tribal Dancer 3rd. JM Sports Fan was 6th. Redland Miss Pretty, the race winner. Steady Heart was 4th. Lady Divine 5th. Tall Dark Latte finished 2nd. They went 28 and 1. 56 and 1. 125. And the mile 153 and 3. In review, 361. 452. Redland Miss Pretty, 11-10 to win. Exactor 73.70. Triactor 486.40. Superfecta 101.38.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High 5 at both Red Shore, Charlottetown, and Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's finale, race 12. Atlantic Post calls Paddock Cam. I'm going 8-2-3. Post time picks at 8-5-3. And the classifiers choice is 8-6-2 in the 12th and final in 7 minutes.
12th race on Post Parade. Howmack Jazzy Girl wears number 1, owned by Ryan, Tyler, and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl does the training, driven by Stephen Murphy. Stealing Base is 2, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Jackie Matheson. Mark Campbell up. Starship Beauty 3, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training, driven by Paul Langell. Southern Heart is 4, owned by Elmer Campbell from Airdrie, Alberta. Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson. Kenny Arsenault catch drives. Czar's Piece of Heaven, number 5, owned by Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House, trained by Greg Weatherby. Jason Hughes up. Redland Peaches, number 6, owned by Mark Rain and Lavelle Ramsey from Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. 7 is Scratch, number 8, Promise Me Later, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh. David Dowling trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing tomorrow night here at Red Shores, Charlottetown, featuring the McDonald Family Pace. First race post time is 6 p.m. Rocky returns with his super high 5 selections for the nightcap.
And there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets for the finale. I'm going with an 8, 2, 3, 5, 6. Van's going 8, 2, 5, 3, 1. We're close in there. Get in the Super High 5 here in the finale at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Let's have a look at the odds board for the finale. Scratch the 7, catch a few rays. Howmack Jazzy Girl on the rail with Stephen Murphy at 7-2. Stealing Bases post 2 with Mark Campbell aboard at even money. Starship Beauty the 3 with Paul Angel at 5-1. Southern Heart 4 with Kenny Arsenault at 18-1. Stars Piece of Heaven 5 with Jason Hughes on your screen right now at 5-1. Redland Peaches from post 6 and Corey McPherson at 9-1. 7 is Scratched, and the 8 Promise Me Later with David Dowling at 9-2. That is the field for the finale. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the 12th race finale. Scratch down to a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs one more time to Vance Cameron.
Halmac Jazzy Girl, Stealing Bases, Starship Beauty, Southern Heart, Zara's Piece of Heaven, or Redland Peaches, Promise Me Later. Top of the stretch. It's the Super High 5 finale. Post time. Off and pacing, Promise Me Later from the far outside leaves out. Stealing bases between horses and guarding the cones. Halmac Jazzy Girl will lead them around the turn. Racing from second is Stealing Bases. About to drop in to be third. That is Promise Me Later. Southern Heart goes fourth. Then in fifth, that's Redland Peaches. Starship Beauty in sixth. And trailing the field, Zara's Piece of Heaven is seventh. On past the first quarter mile, Halmac Jazzy Girl in line to Stephen Murphy. The fraction setter, she opened it up in 28 and 2. Second is Stealing Bases. Around the turn, Promise Me Later third. That's Southern Heart fourth. There goes the backfield in motion now. Redland Peaches is underway fifth, followed out by Starship Beauty. And then the trailer at the rail, Zara's Piece of Heaven. They're halfway home in the nightcap. On the front end, that's Halmac Jazzy Girl, the leader. Stealing Bases second. Promise Me Later has tipped out from third. 58 seconds flat. The halfway home time, 3/8 of a mile left to go. Still the leader is Halmac Jazzy Girl. Promise Me Later on the outside outer wheel, third at the rail. That's Stealing Bases. Fourth along the inside is Southern Heart. In between horses, fifth. That is Redland Peaches. 3 wide in sixth. That is Starship Beauty. And then the trailer, Zara's Piece of Heaven, the 3/4 in 1, 26 and 4. Just an eighth of a mile out. Halmac Jazzy Girl trying to close it out tonight. Second is Promise Me Later. Up the inside third, Stealing Bases on the wire. Here is Halmac Jazzy Girl. All the way in the Super High 5. From out of the clouds, Zara's Piece of Heaven. She was closing in like a freight train. She's up second. Show photo 1:56.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race finale. Halmac Jazzy Girl goes right down the road tonight. 28 and 2, 58, 126 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. It looked like Promise Me Later might get up the inside here, but not enough step as Halmac Jazzy Girl goes all the way tonight right to her record. Second win back-to-back. 156 and 2 right to her record tonight. Halmac Jazzy Girl, Stephen Murphy in the bike, in for second. It is close. On the line, the 5, Zara's Piece of Heaven is posted now for second with Promise Me Later third. It's 158 unofficially in the finale. We'll see Halmac Jazzy Girl and Stephen Murphy in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Now arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. The 1 entry is Hamac Jazzy Girl. Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Peng Shui. Off the American Ideal Dam, Scirocco Miley K. Owned by Ryan, Tyler, and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Bred by Hamac Farms Limited. Trained by Daryl Neal. Stephen Murphy in the driver's seat. He put her on top at every call. And going right to her record tonight, 156 and 2. Hamac Jazzy Girl wires the super high five. Now the official results in the 12th, Hamac Jazzy Girl, the race winner. Stealing Bases 5th. Starship Beauty 4th. Southern Heart was 7th. Czar's Piece of Heaven 2nd. Redland Peaches was 6th. Catch a Few Rays was scratched. Promise Me Later 3rd, 28 and 2. 58. 126 and 4. And the mile 156 and 2. In review, 154. 726. Scratch 3. Hamac Jazzy Girl, 1250 to win. Exactor, 226.90. Triactor honored the ticket 1-5 all at $372. The late daily double paid $207.60. And the super high five will get carried over to tomorrow night's racing program. And that will wrap up our live presentation tonight here in Charlottetown. Tonight's Par Mutual handle, $88,069. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.